it's time to return to our G lens game and do some game development. Hi Kaiden, how you doing? Good to see you. Oof, I'm a little bit out of breath. Hurry up as fast as I can. Still a lot of stuff. Alright, we gonna work more on our little builder and populate our more complex ECG. Not complicated, of a complex thing. Like you're doing a lot, but you're doing nothing that is too mathy, too. Yeah, it's actually pretty simple. It's just we're doing a lot of them, coming up with ideas and populate. That's the most difficult stuff. Coming up with ideas. Once you basically have the idea, it's then finding ways to. What we do now is we're going back to and back to our wall. We have our assets, simple assets, themed with not really fitting textures. We will at one point make a overall wooden texture that we use on multiple assets. I'm currently still debating if I make it a trim sheet or not. But we basically have reoccurring assets, reoccurring styles that we can always reuse. A trim sheet could do that. We could do that with a trim sheet. We could make a bigger one so we have more variations. I'm still debating which way we go. Like, instead of having like one wood texture, one little part for wood texture here, we could basically have an entire of different wood textures or placements that and then use the world position for to have different. I think I will go with that the more I think about it. But yeah, we have to go into our graph. On. And while we work at this to the side. We can then go there for a second. Oh, Chad. Now we do continue working to have our points sorted out. To debug here again because I don't know. We had our point. So we do have our graph. Make the billboard. Maybe not 50. 50 is a little bit 20, so we can quickly find it. And then one thing I would like to do in order to have this more sorted, the floor, I want to put those into the blueprint. Back in here. And instead of having floors and base height is a thing that we will calculate. We keep that one as a parameter, but this one is something that so we have that we make it 2 floors minimum. So first one, compile the minimum here, the slider range from 2 to, I think the maximum should be 5. I think we shouldn't have more than 5. And 2 would be this setup. We have the foot as layer 1 and layer 2 right here continues our. So we do that from there. That way we a little bit of a dynamics. So instead of having it like this, last time we used the get actor property here. Grab that one, put it on. And then when we look at it, it has the 2 in there. Now when I put it in here, now we can see that when we are here and put it to 3, we then have 3, just 2. So we can work with that. And now we do have to basically loop through this. Right? No. Okay, no, we don't have to loop through this. We have to make another graph. Right. It seems like that one didn't get saved correctly. That one disappeared. So basically we have part of what we do here. We actually want to do on top. Actually make it from 1 and 1 is the default. Well, now that I think about it. Here only 1 floor. Oh, and it's not a. We compile this. The values with tabs. One floor, which would be this one. Always render the foot Then we render each floor. And do because basically what we create here, we have to do. This is just part of it. And just have to look right now what is what. Can basically just pick the one out from the this and this. This is the so basically this entirety as a graph, which means we are collecting this subgraph. Here we are working. We're working basically on tools that makes us the creation of things easier. We might actually put the tower generation into its own blueprint. We will see about that. For now, we may put it in. For now, we put it in the walls thing. Because the more than I think about it, it might make more sense to spawn them as actors, so I can have different actors in there. So that basically, oh, it's not a tower being played, an enemy. That's something. But that we basically have a more dynamic structure, that one that creates the building itself, and then another that is for spawning the walls and everything inside. I named this PCG sub tower because this entire logic should be inside the tower. So it's not. I did a mistake. Well, we have to call it tower layer. We basically do all of this, but we have to get out at this point. This is our output, because this output will then be used to spawn the top of the layer. So we have our layers in between, and it's basically sandwiched between the foot and the crown of it. So yeah, looking good. We have our starting point, input, no end point as none. This should be good enough. Why is this always closed? Why is it not open? I feel the favorites out of all would always be open. Oh well. PCG sub our layer. So now we have the tower layer here. The end. Now we can basically take that in here as a loop with this base height. And create continuously. This for of what if I do it correctly? Almost. This is our and this now if we do it like this, have this at the end of all of this. Nope, that's not that's not what so we have the build up of the towers. And goes through each point. Yeah, what we basically we have to do a little bit. So we basically have to have another brand. We have to do a little math. We have to multiply how many floors we have with our base height here. And take this value as transform point. Just what? For the partition. So this kind of runs parallel. And for that now we have to make ourselves vector, make vector, and attribute. And that one is our point here. Calculate, get there. Put our input. A little bit more readable. Clean up those lines later with redirection out. if we have this correctly, the base height and the floors, we multiply. Hmm. No, we don't. We do all of this as our in pin. Never. Because basically what we need to do is we need to create those points, yes. Beforehand, create the dot there, then take the foot's location as a primer base. Sometimes you just have to sort out your thorns a little. So sometimes you, at least I am, let's put it this way. Sometimes I'm thinking already 10 steps ahead and forget about the steps that you have to do before and do what you already have solved in your head, so to say. So let's add this. Can't do it like disconnect. So we have do this question. one if is 0. But we do have that this one is not last, this one is index. Index in a error creating output address. Hmm. Ready? It should be. The other one is up. But it tells me I cannot create output in this. That's a not even in now.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Okay. Not problem. Not access index. Yeah, I thought I had an easy solution rather than and then pieces like just where do I get the we partition everything from our points. We say we save everything in index here. We get the attributes from the index. So we need those that let me get really really well next with points. All we want is from through the just when it's the last and the first. We kind of want to like, look at me. Other one that kind of comes. Go from index, take the minimum index. Guess we have to do it this way. It works. If this is, say, the last, work. Okay. Of course, also a possibility is not generating. Oh, because this is only for axes, and we don't want axes. We want a specific well. That doesn't. We need to select points. No, select. And here's the problem. Not from. Changing. No, good. They are sure that I. Mm, no, no, no. All right. Guess there is nothing directly that would happen. Let me. Mm, mm. We're making a PCG actor that create a tower. We basically create the footing and the top. Right now, if we put this in, we don't need that stuff. Did not work. So we made us a little subgraph here that creates all those layers here, so that we have basically a dynamic tower generation, so that we can say, we want a tower that is 3 layers. Maybe we want a tower that's only 2 layers. So it's now then generates, as you can see, top corner, a tower that has all of this. It somewhat works. And The only thing is that we need to define better when the ending is. Actually, I'm overthinking it right now. I'm realizing that. Just disconnect it here, right there. Then I bring what we created here up in here. Let's just aside. This right here should do the job just right if I because we need to combine the points that we get here with means we need have to get extra and put to eat will be looking like a bit of a mosaic in the end, but this point here, did I lose it? Yes, okay. So we can see right now we technically do have everything we need to make this work correctly. I just want to move it down a little so we a little bit more or this right. So basically what we have points right here. This it is kind of like a puzzle right now because basically what we now need, we have that now those flying creations here. This is kind of funny, but we basically need to tell that this is generated here rather than here. So we need to give this a starting point. But we do have our actor data, so our actual yeah, it is by far easier if I make the tower itself an own blueprint and go from there, but have an in my generator a blueprint that sets the values for the other blueprint. Can I do that? Can I? No, but I can have it spawn all the towers, and then I can individually select it for tower in the tower blueprint. Yeah, that sounds about right. We do it this way, which means We make another blueprint. This is up here, and this is BPCG tower. And then we put the logic of our in there, which means that right now we have all this. This is our this is creating the points that we need to spawn our tower, and all of this will be handled in our tower blue, which means that we need also a PC graph empty one that we then call PCG tower we would do all of this stuff. We get actor property here. Basically, but it should be a yes. There's a separate logic because we will need this multiple times, not just for the tower generation. For example, make a building, then you want to reuse that there, because this does nothing more than just making it. Now we do have this where we don't have a date. Like this actor property. To go into our PC volume here, integer, and inside this should make struct. Really should have. But we are going for this. We will put hiding 1 to 5. Where we say value is 1, and we here. We don't have a no. Is the let's put one down. Data to work. And we now we can source here. Now the up because I haven't defined what graph we. My bad. ECG tower and bam, there we are. It's almost correct. A little problem in here, but we see we're getting where we want to be. Let's pull that right. If we put 2, go to the 5, so oh yeah, we do not have this side value as that base side. Yes, I can copy. Base. We have to. We will more variable on, but now keep the interesting. As soon as I basically give what it wants, it says, "Oh no, I lose myself." That's an interesting thing. It is there. Okay. I'm gonna get the third. What are you worrying at? Or whom are you worrying at? You're probably better ask. But yeah, here technically on that end, you can take that point spawn actor, and the actor we spawn actor. So we don't need this. We don't need on that. So much changed. Blind.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
I think I'm blind. Want instant. Yeah. Look at. There we go. And here with am I? Technically spawn. Cupid spawn. Where am I actor? Where am I actor? What did I take? Wasn't it spawn actor? Spawn actor. Here we go. All my settings from are not changed it so much. Where the fuck did the data go? Oh, I see. I see. Just find as own actor. Add this. Now everywhere. So at least we have this already. So everywhere where there is our location, we have this act being spawned. Now we can look at the first problem before we solve the next. Right at me here. That's stuff I have to look into later. What it means with doesn't have a matching superclass entry. That's completely news to me. Speed changes from 5 to 5, from 5.4 to 5.5 or 5.5 to 5.6. I'm not quite sure, but it is definitely something where I no clue what I mean. That's nothing for the stream to find. We have our spawn actor. Why are you red? Are you not green? Normal actor class, spawn actor is like green. Why is that one suddenly? Should be like this. I select or is it? It has to do with the template act as in general. Can do that in one point. Probably because this one also. Oh, it maybe it detects that this is also G1. Having a, I think this is detecting because normally red is the color for when you use stuff with P. This one has a PCG inside. That's probably why. So this is the sole logic that we need here. Which means we can take this, close this. We don't have to do anything there anymore. Because all the logic we have to face is in this piece. Now I have to find myself, even if I put it, it's not X. I put it like not was just moments ago. Probably fixed. All right, enjoy your lure. Oh yeah, that's the thing to do. This space height. out here. Right. Attributes that, and this goes in there. This goes. Clean it up. In goes in. Then layer. Now let's clean. Just to get input here is a what is coming. We make it this way. Take whatever we put in there and correct. So and this and now all of a sudden is this. All the to do with this. Bars of load on the East. What if I take constant to do anything there? Not you. And you suddenly are okay. Okay. If I take this out here, put this in here, you suddenly have a problem. Why? No. Ah. Sometimes you don't have to understand why stuff is raving the way it's just huh? Now you're telling me everything is again. You're telling me very much can work this way. Hmm. Before we continue in building the one thing that I kind of want to do is on this little this edge. So I kind of want that this opening there is not always on the same spot. I want make it move 90 degrees. New parameter, call it location. Basically, hour for that. Remove pro. So we lay down. We need more. We need another is of time and a result. That one is like location. Basically, we have a transform point. Before we do anything, transform point, that transform point an absolute need to make a rotate. New rotate. And that constant is no, it's not a we make a rotation from whoever not we make a vector and then not to make the yaw. Oh, Boolean. Never mind. We have to put station in here, right? Technically, the logic if I now go from the basically and do a just layer rotate. I not say last, but I specifically called layer rotation. Find that. If I just make it complaining now at least. It does its attribute none when it fully has it. I'm slightly triggered right now. I'm slightly thinking the engine is pulling a prank on me. But okay, let's do it. This one, put it in here. Have to look into dynamically. Theoretically, I say rotation is always 90 degrees. It loop index. Now this. Also already. Use Alright, Clumsy, how you doing? But enjoy your lurg. We're just doing a little bit of game dev. Currently not really good person. I gave my. Why are you lying? And that's why. When I copied it over, it did not copy it over correctly. That's why it doesn't. Now it's we are inside of a loop. This is a constant. Why is it telling me it's none? Why is it telling me that a constant is none? Wait, if I do a constant float and do that math, does it tell me to do so as well? I mean, it will completely look wanky. New 90 here. Okay, it does the math. But of course we cannot use. You see it for yourself. It does do it everywhere. To all the x's. So it's x, y, and z rotation 90 degrees. That's not what we want. Clearly not what we want. But it does work with float. It does not work with an entire rotator. But what I say now, make vector attribute. Z should just give you 0. Doesn't exist. I wanted to make it fun. angular angle. That one is more function. Yeah, okay. It does what it does.
Aglings are
Now,
invading the void for 90 seconds.
if we take it from but this problem seems to be that it, even though it said it would have 0 in there, it did not accept that. I have to tell it the 0 the hard way. Now we should have the, and technically I go here now, say 45 degrees, we have it spin around like this, but that doesn't make sense. Now it does that, we can work with that. And there is one thing that we have to mind, which is when this on there, is that we have to take a rotation times our, in order to make sure we have the right amount. We have this offset, but we also do the logic from here. We have the layer rotation times our property, and that one is actually it. Of course. Whatever we right, so when I 2, or 40. Basically means it should be here. Should be at which seems only one thing. One, here to there, it makes suddenly it doesn't. Point where it does not make here we the loop index so that we get the first time. The thing is, if we say rotate at all, then we should be here. So the first case be there, it shifts, which means we have correct one from our index because it does not give us 0, it does give us 1. And it should be correct here. 1, 2, 3. And we can, it does not give us 0. This should be like any other array. Just give us 0. Anyways, let's look at it. Um, can I go or why? Know why it is. It is probably starting at 0. Get rid of that again. It is probably. Let's put it to where we see. Yeah, it is. 0 is here, then it turns around downward, which means what is wrong is And can we get it anyway? They changed it as we does that already. And then we take this you. Now everything is correct. I just had to say basically, hey, reverse the spline direction. So this time, this way we can basically say we are starting from below and walk up. Well, it generated it in a way where the top would be the start, whatever. However, don't get why the top is the start, because the input element is our blueprint itself, and we work ourselves upwards. So don't quite get why it is. It does not make much sense. It should be the starting point. This one right here. What comes in first? This. Doesn't matter with the spline direction we told it to be. Basically, we could do the entire thing also in the back one. Basically, I like an inverse tower as well. Could consider that as well. We have basically a platform, and then not putting it like this and the other way would make more sense. Right, but for now, this is our solution. This is the use case we need it for. Just make a little bit more real. So far. Yeah. That graph is readable, and regardless of what good or about life picked word here. Okay, that looks good. So this is the highest tower that we would build. 1 to 5. I think anything taller than 5 would not make sense. Even taller than 4 already. It is a big. And now we can look into making it more dynamic. Instead of telling it our offset, instead of basically saying, okay, this has always to this element, we can define elements. Do I make a dynamic? No. No, we put it from here. So we have our what? Which and take our I think I need soft. Just needed to compile again. So here, just start with, we take our wooden power base right here. Then we take another. This is the power base. We need, and we need another, which is the tower. Tower crown. That one. Crown. And I say we do need another, which we cares, because what we haven't spawned yet is the letters. So we do that. Our and we need, of course, the two floor. Our base floor. Need the tower up. Our inputs that we build there. We need the letter. Now we have all those things. Here's the thing that we definitely need to do. We need to make ourselves a little we are in the wrong blueprint. This is the wrong blueprint. We need to do that in this blueprint. God damn it. Our what? Static mesh. Need the software. What? That's in the mesh category. Settings category. underscore. The reason I give it an underscore is just there, so it lands up and we will see what works or what works not. This should be a stuffed reference, and another one also reference our face. Floor. Top. Floor. I know we have a ladder, not the stairs, but you could basically have a metal tower, and that metal tower has a metal staircase leading up rather than a ladder. That's why we call it this way. Now, put them in there one another in our category. File. Now we can set one up. What? Floor. Roof. And tower. And last but not least, now we have all of those maps to our disposal. Now go add attribute. Basically, we can always call it easy for us, but basic actor property. This get actor property. What? Look at it here. Here's our call. That one get there. And we set this one. We have no floor. And the reason is we don't set weighted, we select by attribute. And our attribute is called. Now it's complaining it doesn't have math. But now it has. So we do this a couple times. Also here. This will not be put. This will. Don't have top floor. here. Up. And then comes the same for our creation, but we have to route it. So one build here, and then here. Then we define it by attribute and map. So now we basically need to have this be base or here we set both of attributes set. This one is base. This one is or that. Connect those first. And route it in here. Have it here. Creates it. Let's make this one a little bit more. The line here. This can clean it up. Loop index here. So you have to do it this way. Add attribute map.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
And we here always have it a little bit. Cannot make it completely readable all the time, but you can at least try to be easier to read, but entirely easy to at least easier by routing those lines correctly. Those are completely visual too, and only for the graph to be a little bit more easy, because this is way better to follow from here than actually having it going all through, being occluded by now. Actually, quite important thing. And we lose all of our here. And we get the flooring back. Now we lose all of our bases. Add it back here. And now it is way easier. Settings and meshes. Nice put in a different category than the rest. Okay. Here's the thing. I kind of want to take out, what do I have to name? Oh. What if I call this mesh? It doesn't up. I was hoping that it were up, but no, just really say should just on the top. But well, all our mesh settings and why we did it the way we did it here, all the work there, basically so we check exchange. We could basically change it with something like this. A pine tree all of it. And now you have a pine tree as a base. It doesn't really make too much sense to have it this way, but you see why we did it. Now we can put back. Now we can basically define. The only thing that we might want to add is a little offset behind, because maybe we have some odd. Now everything should be fine, because because the point kind of one. No, I give it the offset. I give it the offset. Because if we have maybe a tower on a slope, maybe we want to push it a little bit more down than usual. Some point. So right now, yes, it works because they are all right now on a slope width that would work. But if I go here, landscape mode, push that one up here, just like this, and flatten from here. Because we have to go basically pull our spline together. We have, say we have it like that. There are a few points that we did not regard. But we do actually have to look here. We haven't used the projection method because the projection method is really important because we basically want to that stuff to be always on the ground. So right here we have this. We do not want it to be this. We want it to be actually on top of that stuff. We have to look into at one point. But I would populate, and here you can see what I mean with there's a problem. Why do we need offset? Yes, we could. Yeah, also here with the projection, we said but now we basically hey, we have to get our point. Right now we basically we have our volume. We are getting our stuff. And most of the times this is looking. Yeah, now we can from here also always going in here and say, okay, this one is too big. And this one can stay one, but maybe this one right here should be 3. And of course, now we have a few problems here anyways. Should not be yeah, basically we We do not want it lying like this. Sure, you basically, I should be able to lift this off without doing the spline work like that, and everything is on the ground. So, don't know what it to do for that. I think it was a ray trace. I am um we're slow, but let's basically put everything back to was also landscape was just to basically show what we have to pay in mind, basically look out for. Now that we populated that, now that we know, okay, we can make it a little bit more dynamic. More dynamic in this sense, because we need our base height. We can actually get that. We can actually calculate that from our from the one put right in here from our tower base. We can get the bound. Check. Get that in the fridge. A bounce for mesh. That's the node. So basically, we can copy this. Oh, I go over it. Just to make it easy. We have our tower. I need it. This is quicker than this is searching. Because it's basically attribute to point node, yes, but just copying it over from where it have it already better. It's kind of funny to watch because we do this and then we convert it back to, but we do not call it interval bounding box. We call it the height, base height. Okay, and we have to do. Remove. Let's be safe. Let's save before. Just in case it gets crash. Didn't. should collapse like this. Shouldn't any other problem. Base, height, everyone call it. But we not X. Mom, 511. Which means number we get end of right. Let's call it result. Yes, we have result for here. And call it result. Result is not saying any what it actually is, and it's better to have a clean naming. Everything but every entrance that we hear, and right, so we have the basic. Good. And now we can go to our named tree. It works, but here color. Oh, that we don't. This is only confusing. Oh, that's here we have there. Do now. Now everything is reconstructed again. However, also need add this one here. The our con here should be dynamic as well. What we do here, the entirety of basically have to do this one. Well, basically can this just that name this foot height and here foot height here, here, and like to have it basically clean. And heights. And now we take foot height. And we delete this. And not using foot height now. Now we perfectly allow. Whenever we put it in there, it gets the height here and set it. This is the foot. And actually, this one all in. Around. Input out. I just want to clean it up, make it more readable. This here. Here's those. And this is the this point, this one. Well, and then and then a little bit more of a gap to be that big. Right. Now we have a little bit more readable graph. We definitely fade that up. We have got it out. We have it that this is dynamically calculated by those values here. And this is our tower generator. Now we can go more into morning little tents so that the area in here gets more popular, that it does not look like, oh, we have that we have just like one little that we just don't have walls with towers, that we also have something half alive. And we slowly define more and more about this so we can populate by PCG alone and can define then, okay, in this area we have our tens, and if we look at say we take a look at the goblin. Let's see. Well, what a goblin. Right. We have a few ways how we could do it, but you see it's always surrounded by some walls. Even here we have walls surrounding it. We have little triangular, almost in here we have this typical tent and something more up. I'm more a fan of a setup like this. We have more like circular building with a circular roof. I think that sells it. Things like this. Those kind of tents we will have there. Of course, we are not what we are doing here. First is we just a little place. That roughly just look at it. It's basically a block out. Basically back at the Blocktober with that. But can see very different ways to predict how a goblin, right? It's not like, hey, it's completely clear. Could actually also adding barricade to the surrounding so that we grab this, put it here, this to side, and we basically say, yeah, we have our outer layer here with the inner layer defined. Basically could also define that stuff is added to the outer layer of it, and that we basically say, okay, we add some of the barricade to also a possibility that we could consider. But barricades can be barricades. They can be those wooden barricades like here. They could be stacked sand stacks. They could be made out of old rubbish, like metal plates and stuff, and we'll get it together. There's a lot of stuff a lot of different ways there as well, how you can make a barricade, and a lot of stuff that we have to consider as well, because we have, as you know from last time when we did this, we have magic basically surviving an Altarian war. So we do have access to those scraps. We could technically have a combination of those wooden things plus. So that's where a drawing board comes in, very basically defined. But for now, for right now, all we're gonna do is spawning some houses in there. But before we can do so, we have to first make something we can consider a placeholder for this house. And therefore we need to look into, we could also have made the towers this way. It's more down, more advanced, and everything. We could have done that as well. I kind of want to go for the wooden optic to basically make sure this is a primitive race, but not too primitive. And those D&D maps, yeah, kind of good for that kind of stuff, because you can see layouts really, really well. Considering layouts, how others do predict that, can look for inspiration on
for 90 seconds.
How do you spread those points? What is the distance? And actually, the more I think about it, the more it's like we probably just want to define the distance manually. Basically, we have like a blueprint kind of value defining that. But for now, we just make a little cylinder that roughly looks like. Hey, let's create it here. So it should be slightly as big as a tower or bigger. Make two versions. Yeah, let's make two. We're going to our modeling. We are going to our cylinder. And this cylinder, I think it 500 meters tall is a good for it, but the right. At 450. This and we like two and radial. I think we go because we actually want to have it look round, and 16 is good, but for something like big as a like this size, 16 shows its edges. 32 is the better one. Polygroup per quad. Area. We have any? No, we just. So now we go in. Uh, no. Oh, I make it different. And the workflow, I do it a little bit different. Instead of this, we go with 400. Oh wait, 550. 350. One. This is. I haven't figured out how to do a loop select inside of Unreal. And that's pretty much way faster if I go here and say extrude this, and we scale it down. There's a tent, so bam, and it should have an open. Where's my X? X isn't. So we delete the. This is out. it a little. Just so that a little bit self opening like should be good enough. Spawn those. All this SM and alt. There's a stuff that we later on have to do. This right here, we make that kind of stuff. I don't bother doing that in Unreal Engine. Don't I? I kind of want to have modifier, and we do not have modifier. But we can use that for all the text on those then there. So we have to look into this one with our point cloud now. We this, then walls. We go in this. I put this one here and this here, and now we can look at the points that we generate with our where the but this is for the wall. Um, at this point, I want to do some. Yeah, I think make a named round. I call this one this one is here as well actually. But let's do that first. The element that we our stake and our gains. I feel like it's better if we define them, because that one can also be not a wall like that, but maybe a wall made. In that case, it should not be a static mesh spawner, but a spline. On spline mesh, I kind of want to see what it does. So I'm in my rather than spawning this, because this is not this. This is the problem with it. Right? This is a spline spawner. Spline spawner would perfectly line along the spline, just like this. But it cannot work with difference, which means we have. Oh wait, use it with. So we also always have to, when we have those little sections, to create. But yeah, what we will do is we go here. For all the information, I do we here is there. Okay. Here we do have it. Why do we not have it? I not get my wall mesh? Put it in it. I don't understand why I didn't do it there. But basically, we're doing this. Just not with that. Yeah. Wall mesh. Done. And I'm not. Oh, weird, but is what. Now we have to basically work on top of fallen gate, but also make actually multiple different as oh no, we're doing this on those select down. But I want to make a named reroute road node for this, so we can. So that this 4 points. Power. This is basically just so we can use up here again when basically go in. Cannot online. We are. Let me get a fresh one. Get on in everything this line. No, and then we also. Okay, that makes he also got it. Oh, unbounded. Not sample spacing, the sample spacing. We definitely need. We need to check onto here, and we definitely don't have. We have to do with that. This is also ready because that way we are stuck to the terrain automatically. Um, uniform. Anything steep. Volunteer. This is what we need. And we do need a little bit smaller so we read them better. And you can probably tell, but this is too much information. We do not need that much of it. We definitely can roll out something. So the spacing from the border can be much, much higher. Here, the spacing from each other. I think like first spacing. That's maybe too high. Thousand seems reasonable, even though we and let's go just with. We have to rule those out in a different way. Yeah, we can actually basically rule them out this way, the distance. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try that. Go here. This one. And we take the distance of this with this, and we filter. Distance to border, but I kind of want to do it again. That way, what we yeah, that's the stuff that we definitely also need to do. We need to take this and that we have and have huh? What? Wait, basically 1 second. Basically we need this. Mm. Mm. Yeah. We need to do it similar, but in a different way. Basically, we want to take everything that is in our body. Basically, want to do this entire thing once again. But we need to flip some value. That's why we cannot just take what we have there. We have to reconsider, because we don't need that. We need the opposite. We need the inbound. We need this area. What if I kind of I think I don't need, I think all I need is this ring here to there, and without the road. Okay, that's one thing. Then we need another difference, because what we also do not want our tower point. Make much of it. And we do that. That makes um make sure that there is more of a difference than we have to the top. So right now we fixed value of, we look at 500. Yeah, we have a more of a good surrounding. Zero. No, we do it. This is okay. Stuff can be that much away. However, different here, we need to do another distance. And this distance is the distance to our tower point. And our point, the distance to our points, the distance there. Actually, why not? Let's test. Have it like this, and then this. Is it too much? Or that's right. Okay.
Adlings are invading the void for 90
That's
seconds.
actually quite okay. Can work with it. The problem, though, cannot do it this way. We don't modify the bounds. of bounce from. Do you have gives me the bounds of 4 different but scoring 1 base should be 5 then. Not let's call more bounce. Let's see if it works. It's highly experimental. We have a bound. Put bounds in minimum. Put image. Edge. So not that. Want to make. I really have to do. And x x y and z. It's not working. Yes. In x. But okay. One of them is story. Ah, this is infuriating. Take the do. Not excellent. We have to. Need to do. Put it in minus 500 and finish. On the either this. We debug that one, we get a lot more scale than one. Those when I had one, then doesn't seem that bounce, even though I have the. Right, then we do it. Tower. We do a subtract. Bounce, bounce, and we X. Exactly what. Sometimes I think the entire thing here wants to throw me. everything different is not you sounds from bounce and mash will. Keep only the one mentioned with. And a makes more big for attribute. Here. Okay. Not that important. We come with length. Not with point X. And some does not exist out of it. But you say that it is right. The only one at that point. And let us do the extra. Let us delete all add-ins. Even though I don't think it should be, we have to delete what we only keep what we have here. And oh well, if it's a little that's not that's apps What do we get here? Not at all. Here, though, can't have here. For some reason, it does not add us. Why can't I have? We really want. This. Maybe that. That says 2 is 1. Definitely 10,000. Right there. This one right here minus this one right there would be something around that. Only where I see 2 would be a fitting result is when I take the z-axis. No, even then should be more. Let me take the add the why is that in here 1 and minus have not hey so now we have 11,000. That looks better. And now we can make our vector attribute to make it 3 vector only fill. But it will be with now if we this we I don't know. Now if we reroute that one, here now little red here. Add wand. Ready to attribute. Point to attribute. Now I want to look at attributes. That looks bad. That's something we can rewrite. Power bound. This is what. Now we have to help. Oh, bound. Add attribute. And we put now we have bounds y, and we can say it would have 9, 11,550. Kind of bounds out. Oh my god, they do that. That doesn't work. Just have to estimate the tower bounds, which means this there. This stuff isn't tied the way. Want to make test bounds. If I that's more reasonable. Let's vector. Vector 200. do it this way? Do I have to do it this way? Do they? Force me on my. Why do I? Okay. Don't know why. I looked around with that enough. Enough for me to say, okay, we just don't want to work. It's not working, it's not working. But we this and this as not this. Different. Whoa. Self. Because this is. Yeah, that looks. None of the actually great. But don't order and maybe have a little bit too much. That looks better. This is the point cloud that we want. Now we have our spawning. And we do have just have because when I now go and just spawn on every single, it's not what we want. Add some variety. Definitely where we want to add a noise.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
So let's see. Attribute. What kind of density noise? That's what. That's the one. Make the density. Add to it. Absolute. Now we only want filter. This we are. This. Good. Still a problem. Still a problem. Helps us randomizing. Definitely. but I want to look more around. What is with this special noise? Later. Maybe the pearl. The pearl and a pearl, and with that, can we not define the scale of the pearl and ice? Yes, you know what we want, but I only the iteration. I kind of want this, but smaller. And I want that we see that it. Oh, if I say the value target is that's not. It's only really the position. That's not what we want. Do we not have really? Do we not? This is just moving it around. Just say one. Just lightly move. This is just an offset. Really. The contrast doesn't happen. Why? Thank you for the waterboarding. Yeah, the density noise is our best bet. Spatial noise would not. Do we not have on the note? This is. Do we really not? No. Not a single noise. Not in a single scale. Now, normally you can basically say, okay, the kind of what I kind of want is here. And I can show what I mean noise generation, what kind of stuff we actually. It's simple. It's really not that much. We don't need to edit the frequency. We do not need to edit else with the shape. Let's just add this cube, gets a new one. And here we have our, sure, we just take noise tag and put that in. This is the noise. This is the noise we're looking. All we need is the ability to scale it down. Like, it's all. Do not need the detail or roughness. I mean, it would be cool if we could. Then a little. I mean, it's cool to have all of this functionality, but we do not need it for this particular case. This particular case, we only need to do this. And how to better define what we where to have those pearl and noise information. This is all I'm asking for. If anyone from Unreal ever sees this, let me scale the noise. Really? Just let me do that. It would help so much. It would open so many doors and what you could create. Just this simple scaling. Maybe there is a way. Maybe if I multiply the outcome. No, that would not affect the density. That would affect the scaling of. So no. Cannot do it that way. But yeah, we can look at the attribute nodes. That. And now we basically have to make sense out of it, but this bigger molecule. Then we the don't look at this density filter. Good. Maybe you take the point that I drive to paint. Only those points. And now we take static, smash the corner. Walls to make it an buildings, inner buildings, inner buildings. Not do. We, no, we can. But so far, we say it. 8 and let's just test wise let the bamboo just so we see array. Back false. Make an add attribute. Meshes this time to get actor property. Inner error, that means what color. And now it's not wanted, it's attribute meshes. And while it's kind of nice to have them separate like this, okay, first thing first, our interior sampling spacing needs to be bigger. They are way too close here. That's maybe too much. This, yeah, this looks better. And I would also like to have them the road. How would I do that? That's where I have enough. But if I, that's not good. like to have more of them, but I also have like to. Now it's the fine tuning. We basically now have to do is saying, now we want after the face to be bigger. Also, maybe we just I kind of like to have more of a noise. This. Let's not spawn anything. Right, I like to have more. This is but a noise like this. Not look at the density field. Noise. I don't want to have a noise like this, but then if I spawn some, this one should. I have to define that easily. It's not as easy as it sounds. Problem is, I have it like this right now, but if I raise the noise value, basically have more. I lose the randomness. This is the problem. I don't want to have the random that I can randomness of this, but I want certain distance. Now check off. Oh, I get the that would happen. That would happen very much, but um maybe there's another thing I don't want to, but what I do want, this is I want to have this red as my um here of here. Yeah. Now I kind of want multiple. But so one thing that another problem that mine when I put that out, I only have 3 points for the doors. Actually, only 2 doors. You know why that is? I have to get the points left and right in a different way. It does work. For this. Because now it's minimum, maximum. If I have it on this end now, the maximum might be another. Easy solution. Very easy solution. We do not make the gates like we simply make the gates being one actor that is being spawned. That's probably the best anyways, because then we can the actor open and close and and it would also directly accompany stuff like, oh, we do have maybe just a gate falling door. Yeah, like the gates that you normally have in on castles that have towering bridges, right? Doors that are lifted up or singular doors and not a swing door like that. We can have logic of open and close. But that also means I would define a gate master blueprint that has this open and close value. You see, it gets easily more and more complicated the more you work on such things. You slowly develop with a simple solution. You just make the surrounding area here. Then you spawn a few towers. Then you want to maybe make the towers be different in height and all that. Then other stuff comes on top of that, like where do we put this? Then you have the tents that you want to spawn. Then you have that the tents should probably look all towards the road. And then you've noticed that the gates you're doing are not doing the job how you want to do. And then you maybe want to add the next thing. Maybe you want to add some barricade on the outer edge as well. It easily, very easily, gets to a really big project. When I think on a mutual that I have made an entire level builder in PCG with stuff like this, not in one graph. Well, to be fair, multiple graphs. Here I will do it all in one graph, but with subgraphs, can use that logic well. Like maybe I want to use tower thing to have a falling shaft inside the game and stuff. So you see, it's best to keep things modular that you use. So that's why I do have made the tower on logic. That's why I'm for things that I think I can reuse, which actually includes this stuff right here. So expense, and we will continue. I think that I keep this as a project that we do together each month, as it's really a good learning work on something that simple. It is simple. It looks complicated, but it is simple. Once you actually try to make something like this yourself, you will realize it is simple. It looks really complicated, especially when you zoom out like this and be seeing just nodes. And when you go to something like this blind forest, this is very easy and good looking, right? This is easy stuff. But if you look maybe on what we did with the highway bridge, you suddenly see a graph like this, and a graph this, you suddenly may feel a little bit intimidated, even though this is all really just pushing it aside, rotating it, defining where the position is by just simply doing plus minus, multiply values. Really just the basic stuff, not rocket science, even though it looks like it. Now this stuff is fairly easy. Geometry nodes, on the other hand, in Blender, they can get complicated. You can also do way more, but this is like you have to know the nodes.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Oh, well, you have to know the nodes, and that's pretty much most of the struggle. But if you will maybe face a few little things where stuff is behaving weird with the intersection stuff in our highway road here. But other than that, chill. Not too bad. Most of the times finding out what notes to do. And that's just some research intense. Other than that, yeah, it helps. Because you have to think about it. You have to, what do you prefer more, right? If you have a tool like this in the end, where you have just a spline and can then do this, or if you have to build this manually in the overworld, in your scene, right? I totally get you why you do not like to work with nodes, because it can get quite overwhelming sometimes. But if you get into it and work around with it, it can be a lifesaver. Because let's open up the main stage here. So you see that giant bridge there. Ah, but this one right to that here. So if you would have to create this by hand, you spend months only doing that one bridge. Probably. Because you have to do this, then have someone look at this and be like, oh, okay, maybe we move it a little bit to the side. Then you have to completely change everything again, put it there, get an approval again, and so on. With the PCG here, you can actually have a solid ground. You can actually have a point where you can say, yeah, I can work on out. I just have to push that spline a little. And same with the cams here. If we spawn multiple of those cams, define them with the spline, those pathways, it's a time saver. Life makes designing so much easier. So yes, notes are intimidating. Notes look bad, and it's a pain in the ass. But imagine I would need to art model the lake and the river here by hand, together with everything, instead of having that spline. Which one is worse? But that's where you unlock, because you if you are at a company, usually those tools here with the spline, usually in at least bigger companies, you have a person dedicated, a person that just does that, that talks to the artists, hear them out and be like, I need something where I can do this and that. Can you make it? Then they create it, and the world editor. You are, as a modeler, you probably have nothing to do with either. You just create those parts and be good. And so it's a back and forth. And you would be, as an environment artist, would be the one that designed the parts of the tower or how the tent looks. Since this is a mostly solo project here, I know you and CN are both helping me out here, but I'm the one basically that does mostly everything here. So I have to do the notes. I have to make all those tools to make things fast for me. And people that maybe want to tag along while I'm doing those, right? Learn from that. Or maybe they want to learn rather from someone more experienced, like our dear procedural mind. Great YouTube channel. And always recommend. Very funny and nice guy. Though their streams are around 3:30 a.m. Central European time, since they are American. So yeah. Not for everyone to talk to, but talk directly to. But yeah, it's nice. Yeah, for the organic modeling, you cannot use this. You can use the geometry nodes in Blender to basically make a tentacle or something repetitive like this. You wouldn't use it for creating an arm or a hand. There's too much detail, too many different muscle shapes. You would not do that in way too much. But tentacle is very explicit. It has it's thick at the beginning, narrow at the ending, and then you have a lot of suckers on top of that. So you just define where the suckers come. You have it. Same for the tail. You can make a tail really quick that way. But hands, feet, stuff like that, would never use. Also, some of the tails you probably still want to do manually. At least when you do stylization, like because that I would not recommend trying to do those little fur details, like the triangles you would pull out. I would not recommend with geometry nodes. That stuff is better to do to be done manually. It's really more for repetition or stuff in environment. That's stuff where you utilize that's stuff where you utilize those geonodes. Like a forest like this, that's where you use geonodes. Not geonodes, the PCG. Sure, you could also do it with geonodes, but spawning like this is scattering stuff around, having maybe grass always on top, certain up stuff like this. This is where you define stuff with PCG to make things a little bit easier. But organic stuff, actual skinned skeletal meshes, they are called. So characters, animals, stuff like that. You don't do that. You don't do that with PCG. You do that in Blender or in Blender, Maya, Cinema 4D, whatever software you prefer to use. I prefer Blender. Some prefer the ZBrush Blender process. I even sculpt in Blender, to be honest. Most of the stuff I sculpt. ZBrush is quite good. Because the only thing that I don't like is the monthly subscription stuff. That's why I rather buy a more expensive Blender add-on that adds the functionality. So I have to invest once and can then use that rather than having to pay everything. I'm not the biggest fan of the subscriptions. I'd rather have it on my end because the subscription can end. The subscription server can go down, and then you're always bound to have internet with the subscription stuff. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Because maybe I want to work while I'm on a train or in a flight. Then I cannot do that because I need internet access in order to verify that my subscription is still valid and stuff like this. And that's why I'm totally against using subscription. That's why I'm also not using SpeedTree. I could get myself a SpeedTree license and just get make a lot of with SpeedTree, but I kind of want the flexibility that when I do not have internet, that I still can work. And the subscription models, yes, some just do a monthly check, and you can use this from there. Only thing that I have a monthly subscription to is Live2D, because there is no alternative for Live2D, but that's not for 3D stuff. This is for this model here, for example. So that's a completely different thing. This is a YouTubing specific thing. Live2D, those 2D models like the one I'm using, I'm rigging it myself, and that's where that's the only point where I'm using a subscription model, because there is no alternative. There is no pay, buy Live2D and have that version for. Also, Live2D is very fast in development. Almost every month you have a big update. So that one is kind of more worth it. But yeah, for game development and 3D stuff, I kind of lurk into not having. And if I have a monthly subscription into anything for that, then it would be for a server where I host my files, not for application. Anyway, have a look as to whom I can.
What is it, 2 weeks?
Yes, I should do them.
Ooh, quite a lot of online. Pick one of those or someone new. How does the art section? Let me look there first. Hmm. Yeah, why not there? Let's go. We talked about organic modeling. This person is doing organic modeling. So I'm sending you to Imorphic VTubing. We see each other tomorrow when we do our grind and talk, which basically is we are grinding in Do It Night Abyss and have basically a just chatting category on top of that. We can see that out. Maybe there are a few of you that also play Do It Night Abyss on the European server and want to play right together. That's the stuff that we can do on top of that as well. So I send you over to Imorphic and send them all the love, and we see each other tomorrow for Do It Night Abyss.